Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you're having a good day and your week so far has been good. This should be the week before spring break, or not spring break, Thanksgiving break for most people, most schools. So hope you're looking forward to that. Um, Today, the corny name of the stream is meant to say that we're going to get the rest of the light roots in the depths today. I don't like the idea of trying to be efficient in exploring the depths, as in like killing all the monsters on the way. That's just been boring and stressful. So instead, we're just going to get all the light roots, and then we're going to go to the sky, and we're going to get all of the sages' wills and old maps that we can find. And then we'll be ready to go do a full, like, long binge of clearing out everything in the depths. So yeah, that's what we're doing today. We're going to see how long things take. Again, my internet has consistently dropped out after the 2-hour mark. And we're going to see if that is a result of anything, basically. We're going to see whether it's likely that that is because of my internet provider or capture card. So we're going to try a long stream today. I don't think I'm going to try a long stream tomorrow yet, but maybe on Monday we will do a intentionally longer stream to try to figure this garbage out. I have my my screen mirroring, if I can pull that up. I have 50% of the Koroks, which is kind of cool. You can see that we still have a long way to go in terms of, them just being there. But we've cleared out a lot of the map. We've got a lot of the upper Koroks in some regions. I think I'm going to spend a different stream getting Koroks and Sky Islands, but we'll see. I might pick them up. I'm not going to prioritize it by any stretch, but anyway. So to start, we'll show off the light roots down here. And we've obviously got a couple that are pretty reasonable to go pick up. I don't hate the idea of starting down here and then going over and then back up and around. So let's do that. I was gonna do Tychla Ruin stuff, I think, but we'll do that eventually. I have still been thoroughly enjoying Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment. I recommend it to anyone on the fence about it. Flurry rushing in that game is significantly easier than it is in this game. So we'll see if my skill at flurry rushing in that game helps with any fighting I do in this one. Well, I mean, if I'm being fully honest, it's kind of refreshing to play a Legend of Zelda game without Link in it explicitly. Because as fun as Link is as a protagonist, as like iconic, and I enjoy every Legend of Zelda game for its own reasons. Having all of the characters able to talk and having all the characters talking to each other is pretty cool. Photomap Lightroot. It's great, and again, I am a stan for Zelda as the protagonist of any game, and she is great in Age of Imprisonment. And it's not like she and Rauru are a pretty good team. He's the king, she supports him as the king, but she's not like intimidated or backing down. She believes it's the correct choice, and she gives advice and whatever, and she's also just like basically the strongest unit. So big fan. Anyway. Okay. We'll teleport back up here for elevation. I don't know how long it's going to take to get all the light roots. There are a ton of light roots in the Hebra region. And I fear it's going to take a while to get those. But otherwise, I guess we're going to want to stay up. We don't want to jump off. And yeah, we're not going to Yiga bases. We're not going to... The only thing we'll detour for are probably the bosses and getting other weapons. Because as I recall, I've got a bunch of bum weapons at this point that I wouldn't mind replacing. My headset has decided to start slipping today after a few months or so of being just fine. So I'm a little salty about it. There's a mine down there that we have marked on our map. But again, the goal is to have a good stream where we explore the things in the depths. So, yeah. Can't carry one. Soldier's broadsword. We have a lot of two-handed weapons. We don't have that many one-handed weapons. So I think I'm going to drop the ring in favor of the broadsword. That's a 12. It's not bad. And it's a bit of a bummer because the depths is the most fun when you can't see. When you're either just foolishly going forward or using lightroots and things. I said lightroots. Bright bloom seeds. That's the most fun part of the depths. And so it's a bit of a non-bow to try to get that all out of the way quickly, but I don't think I'm going to be happy prolonging it any longer than I have to either, so... It's a tough call. I don't know that I need pose anymore. I think I found all the dark statues. Or at least they've all been marked. Probably a Frox here, because this is a big open space. Yeah. I'm not going to avoid monsters if I encounter them. I'm certainly not going to be keeping my eyes peeled either. Already beaten you. That makes me significantly less inclined to fight you. But I don't think he's gonna... Is this one? His mouth is open. Same. Probably a good weapon. No. Yeah, definitely gonna need new weapons. tough calls. Okay. A bunch of wheels. One wing. See fans. We're gonna stare some fans. Okay. Don't see any. That's not what we want. Ultra hand. Looking for a light for free, but we have more than enough of those. Dude, to spend. And we have our target in sight. Big hose over there. Probably some kind of building. Jodge. Lightroot. Let's light up a lot of the region, because it's the only one around. And we'll see how much more gas our hand plane has. Not much, but you never know. I mentioned this last stream of Tears of the Kingdom, but I've seen a fair amount of discussion, not about Hyrule Warriors, but about whether this Breath of the Wild Hyrule should be relied on any further from its individual other games. And I don't think I have a firm conclusion myself yet. I don't think I have a firm opinion on what I would enjoy the most. Because I thoroughly enjoy both just the size and the beauty of this Hyrule. I think it's a good game. The games that are set here so far are but I think I would be quite bored by the end of a third game set in this Hyrule, unless it was drastically different. And if it's going to be drastically different, at that point you should just make a whole new Hyrule rather than rehashing this one. So I don't know. The Depths was a very welcome surprise at the launch of this game. You've already done both the Sky and Underground, so I don't know that there's much more room for expanding the idea of this Hyrule. I'm still desperate for them to make an open world sailing Legend of Zelda game. Make Wind Waker again, but as a Breath of the Wild style open world game. Because I think that would be phenomenal. I would play the heck out of that game. But yeah, I don't know. I'd like to believe that whatever Nintendo plans to do is going to be a great thing. That's so stupid. That is so stupid. Can I get my weapon back, please? Ah. Zelda Next is going to be as fun as every time they've chosen to reinvent Legend of Zelda. They have a pretty good track record, is the point. So I'm not worried about the next Zelda game, at least. I just am curious to see. As I've said in many past streams, the lead people in charge of Zelda at Nintendo have said, paraphrasing to the effect of, why would we go back to the linear Zelda games when it works so well to have open world Zelda games? And so that doesn't mean they won't do linear elements. It doesn't mean that they did dungeons to a degree in this game. They felt really small to me. They felt less fun than previous ones. This is Kosutsu Lightroot. But that's also a subjective opinion rather than an objective one. And so, I don't know. I think, really, all I want for an open world game of any kind is for them to make exploring the world fun. If they fail to do that, then what's the point of making your game open world? It's like a giant boomerang. Durability up. This massive boomerang requires 2 hands. They're generally used for hunting. It is modified for use as a weapon. Blades of the inner curves make it a bit tricky to wield. You hear that, Klingons? Batleths, not effective. Because I would be all for, like, Skyward Sword, the prototype for Breath of the Wild in many respects, was really fun. Skyloft was fun to explore when you had reasons to go to the islands. And whether it is on machines or on birds, it would still be fun to... Oh yeah, we still need to go down there. Yeah. It would still be fun to explore floating islands in the sky as a full open world thing. I truly, sailing is what we want. Especially with every freaking pirate IP and every waterfaring, seafaring story. Like, there's so much room, and people just keep failing to do it well. So it is still functionally untapped in terms of a good video game where you sail around. Because Skull and Bones didn't do it. We have lost a lot of hope for the Assassin's Creed Black Flag remake, and Assassin's Creed in general, with the purchase of, if I remember right, the purchase of portions of Ubisoft by Embracer Group / Saudi Group. And like, there are a bunch of good indie seafaring games, and like, yeah, there's freaking Sea of Thieves, which is fine. I don't like Sea of Thieves because I like objectives and quests and leveling up and skills and progression that isn't purely cosmetic or for bragging rights. But it's not like, but I can't say that Sea of Thieves is a bad game. But like, even with how limited Wind Waker is as a quote-unquote open world sailing game, it's just fun. It's just fun, and the music, hard to beat. Hard to beat the sailing theme from Wind Waker. So I am on team next Zelda game should be a Wind Waker inspired, or at least sailing inspired game. But I'm also not opposed to the idea of, if they can pull it off, doing a third game in this Hyrule. Many people speculate that with the leaked images from the the Legend of Zelda movie, that since it is Breath of the Wild Zelda's outfit, that the person playing Breath of the Wild, whose name I don't remember, playing Zelda, whose name I don't remember, is wearing, that it's likely to be Breath of the Wild set. And with that in mind, Nintendo does tend to have their movies pair up with video games pretty well. Hence the Super Mario Galaxy and Galaxy 2 on the Switch, with the announcement of the Super Mario Galaxy. And we'll see. We'll see. Long story short, it's going to be interesting when they announce the next mainline Zelda game. They announced Tears of the Kingdom far too early. Buses Lightroot. They announced it so early, and that got everyone very excited, and then disappointed at how long it took. So I assume that has something to do with why they haven't announced the next game. Nintendo follows a pretty consistent 6-year dev cycle. And since this game came out in 2023, as I recall, we are approaching the halfway there point. There could be like a teaser announcement sometime next year at the Game Awards, and that would be room for either a 2028 release-ish, or even just a tease for saying this game exists and then waiting till 2029. Another thing that they said, the last year of development on Tears of the Kingdom was just bug testing and optimization, and that's how they managed to get it running on the Nintendo Switch hardware. And so, potentially, I don't want to get my hopes up too high, I don't want to get anyone's hopes up too high for something that is purely speculative. Potentially, they won't need as much time because they won't need to fit it onto a 7-year-old console. They'll be able to make use of all of the things that the Switch 2 can do without needing to do nearly as much bug testing. Soldier's Claymore. I like the Cobble Crusher. I'm going to probably keep that. Don't need that. So anyway, if they're doing a whole new Hyrule, and if they aren't doing like another spin-off game, because Age of Imprisonment was made by Koei Tecmo, their main foundational cornerstone for all of the Warriors games. If they aren't doing another spin-off game, I think it would be a great way to have one more game in Breath of the Wild Hyrule to release with the Zelda movie. Then it's probably just going to be from the ground up new in a new Hyrule setting, which, to bring us back to the point, we hope is a sailing game. We see... I have no idea how you're supposed to say that. So yeah. Until then, I am very excited for Metroid Prime 4. I am not immediately a hater of having voice acting, having other NPCs in the world. I don't think the isolation of Metroid is why I like the Metroid games the most. I like Metroid games because of the exploration and the environments more than in a sense of isolation. I've never consciously felt that, so I understand for the people who do that having NPCs running around and talking at you and wanting your attention, etc., 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 could be a big buzzkill. But so far, gameplay-wise, puzzle-wise, and even like I watched a brief. We're not gonna walk all the way around, I don't think. I don't have any lightroots that close though, so I guess we are just gonna go up here. I watched a gameplay segment, and it felt about the same as having people talk at Link. Like, it didn't feel like Samus never said anything in the stretch that we saw, nor do I think she will over the course of the game. But she was at least like responsive and engaged with the people, like nodding, offering to do whatever was asked or required, and shooting things, etc. Samus is still a character, and the same with Link is a character. Link has some of the most expressive facial interactions that you get to see in video games, particularly in the cutscenes. Didn't get a picture of this bastard, so we're gonna fix that now. Nobo. But I'm very excited because I wanted to see mouse controls. I wanted to see how it works. I did not purchase the Dragon game. I'm all in favor of it conceptually, but was it worth the money to buy essentially a PvP only game that I could play twice and never touch again? So I want to see how it works. I want to see how smooth the mouse controls are. I'd be very interested if they managed to have an effective way of doing mouse controls for a Legend of Zelda game. I don't imagine there being a good, meaningful way to do that without fundamentally changing what the Legend of Zelda games are about. But, you know, we'll see. Nintendo, again, has continued to impress. I've not had... Because even some of the mid-Zelda games have still been good. Like, Spirit Tracks is charming, if not my favorite installment. And like Link Between Worlds was a really fun, different kind of reinterpretation more than a remake, let's say. It was really cool. We're not gonna risk using, I think I have one fairy left, one or two. I haven't bothered to try to top off recently, so I'm just not gonna risk me use it. Heaven forbid I change my outfit. Heaven forbid I change my outfit. But yeah, Zelda games. And like the Four Swords games were great conceptually if they didn't necessarily stick the landing. So maybe there is a way that they can make a fun adventure exploration game. I'm not saying no, to say the least. Nice. Anyway, I'm curious to see if Nintendo is going to announce anything more at the Game Awards this year, because the only games that they really announced have already come out or are coming out in the next week and a half. Right, just came out today, and then Illuminating came out 2 weeks ago, and I'm not sure what comes out in 2 weeks. Yeah, 2 weeks from now. So they're going to need more games soon. They still have a ton of third-party games. They have Duskbloods that I'm certain is going to have some. I think it's coming out in the first half of 2026. It'll have something on Game Awards, because From Software is like a open invitation from Jeff Keighley to demonstrate that they launch at the Game Awards. Presumably they still have to pay the same price, but he's certain to clear a spot for his good friend Hidetaka Miyazaki. And then I frankly can't remember any third-party games that were announced for Switch 2, the original Nintendo Direct, that haven't come out already. They presumably exist, but it's been almost 6 months. Oh, they did announce Fire Emblem. They did announce another Fire Emblem game coming out next year, so that's something that that's not just like a spin-off. And I'm pretty excited for the Fire Emblem game. No. Pretty excited for another Fire Emblem game, especially if it's going to be more like Three Houses than Awakening or Engage. Anyway, there's a lot of room. Kirby Air Riders obviously is a new Kirby game. I could see them doing a new F-Zero game, given how generally well received the F-Zero 99 was. No. Yeah, let's make a big sideways hammer. I could see a new F-Zero game. Again, we're ready for a new Pokemon generation soon. We'll see if they ever resurrect Star Fox, but I think if they chose not to try to be like traditional Star Fox and really took advantage of the things you can do with hybrid like gyro and mouse controls for spaceship piloting game, I think they could do a Star Fox kind of thing. If you hadn't seen, they did put not a mini game, but a type of mission in Age of Imprisonment that is basically Star Fox. It's on-rail shooter where the Knight Construct, who is distinctly not Link, 100% not Link, with the exact same skill set as Link from Age of Calamity, definitely not Link, but he can transform into this kind of bird flying construct that the Korok character rides around on, and it is on-rail shooter. Very Star Fox coded. So, I don't know. I am kind of excited for the Game Awards this year. I don't really want to engage in Game Awards discourse right now, just because it's just emblematic of all the things that are wrong with the way that we try to reckon with video games. Are we just trying to go up? Do we need to go up? Yeah, we kind of need to climb this cliff. It's okay. We got a bunch of rockets for a reason. Because I played halfway through Act 2 of Clair Obscure Expedition 33, and I didn't hate it by any means. It was fun. I was enjoying it, but I just got to a point where my curiosity didn't outweigh my fatigue for exploring and running around in the game, because traveling is pretty slow, and not having the mental strain of needing to remember all the different routes in dungeons, because there were no in-dungeon maps. It's not like that's a unforgivable crime. It's just not stressful. It's taxing to be trying to find all of the different ways to get to places, and getting punished because the map was unclear. I have the same problem with Final Fantasy 16, which is why I've still been struggling with that, trying to get through the rest of it. But also, most of the places do have good maps in Final Fantasy 16. This isn't gonna work. Frankly, not that long of a drop. We're just gonna get our stamina back up. So I'm not going to be upset if Clair Obscure Expedition 33 wins, because I think it would deserve it. I think it was a well-made game, and I think there's a lot more to it that I simply lost interest in, and will eventually go back to, especially if it does win. I'll eventually finish the game, but I also don't own it. I play it through Steam Family, and the person who owns the game has been playing it, so I think Hades 2 and Silksong are both excellent games. I think Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is probably the dark horse to some degree, which I think is unfortunate, because I think it pushes what games are a lot more interestingly than Expedition 33 or Silksong or Hades 2 or whatever. And I think there should be a category for that, because gamifying things that are not fun, people liked Death Stranding in the end because it asked them to do boring, banal things, and it asked them to do so and rewarded them in ways that are not the most intuitively rewarding. It's not like number go up in things like Hades 2 or Silksong to some degree. It's, you get rewarded because you get the sense of connection, you get the camaraderie with other people playing the game, and you get more meta satisfaction for doing the labor in Death Stranding and Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It's like you have to think about everything, because it's not asking you to play a character, it's asking you to get into the mindset of a whole freaking world. You have to wear the right clothes, and you have to be clean and not be drunk and not be I could just be done. I don't know if you can sneak strike them. I've tried a couple of times, but never too hard. So anyway, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I don't think it's going to win Game of the Year, but I think it's the most interesting game on the list of games for Game of the Year. So, I don't know. It doesn't feel like there's healthy discourse about Game of the Year in general. It's all just like, oh, these people quote-unquote bought the win, or whatever. It's just people, the same paranoia everyone has with any kind of gradation system being reiterated for video games. But the Game Awards show, with lots of trailers and lots of celebration, is pretty fun. I just think it can be really cringy at times. So, it's a mixed bag. I will plan on streaming the Game Awards if you're interested in listening to me complain about Jeff Keighley and the sins of the gaming industry as we watch the corporate shillathon. And also just want to watch someone who will ooh and ah over basically every game that gets announced, because I'm very easy when it comes to fun games. When I say easy, I get really sick of seeing all of the like Wuthering Heights and Genshin Impact and Zenless Zone Zero. I get a little sick of seeing more like free-to-play games. I don't want games to be free-to-play. They're just going to be like gacha or respectfully, like data harvesting games. So I'm pretty easy to impress when it comes to reactions for games that look cool, but I don't know. I mean, it'd be cool if we saw more news about the RGG Stranger of Paradise. We're getting to the point where that's going to be coming out soon. Frankly, I don't remember the other nominees for the full Game of the Year award. I remember that Blueprints got Best Debut Indie and Best Indie nominations, which I think is fine. I think it could have been full Game of the Year, but because again, games that actually push what gaming is, it's top of the list. So Lightroot, top of the list for being a game that dares to tell a story in a way that makes it hard to tell the story. What else? Yeah, I don't have the list pulled up conveniently. There's still two more. One of them is another indie game. Like, well, no, because it's Hades, Silksong, and is Ghost of Yotei on full Game of the Year list? I think that'd be, from what I hear. I have not played Tsushima or Yotei. From what I hear, it's a worthy contestant candidate. But yeah. Game of the Year discourse tends to be just more toxic than fun, unfortunately. So we'll see. I made a short out of Game of the Year content. And it was fun because I was excited, but I'm not necessarily gunning to do that this year. I don't really have a horse in the race, because I think, as far as I recall, all of the Game of the Year contestants are worthy of it. Wait a second. Death Stranding 2. Death Stranding 2 is, and Donkey Kong Bonanza are the two that I'm forgetting. Someone had put up an incorrect list, because I was very happy. I was consciously happy that Split Fiction did not get nominated for full Game of the Year. Because I think it's you can give it multiplayer game of the year, you can give it family friendly game of the year, you can do whatever you want, but it was certainly not worthy of a full game of the year title. It was anyway. People have called me a hater for it, but my personal opinion, the story of friendship, where it sacrifices a brilliant idea of discourse between two genres of writing on the altar of a cringy family story without a meaningfully written bad guy. Not as good as the very, very heartfelt and, like, still a little cringy, but, like, meaningfully designed game of It Takes Two. It was not as good as It Takes Two. I haven't finished Donkey Kong Bonanza. I don't know. I think from a technical standpoint, similar to Tears of the Kingdom, from a technical standpoint, I think it's definitely impressive. But I don't see it beating other games. Because as fun as it wasn't... I don't know. It wasn't eventful, I don't think. It was a major event for anyone who likes Donkey Kong games and for anyone who... You know, we all want Super Mario Odyssey 2, or we all want whatever Mario game they're coming up with next. And it was similar, and it scratched a lot of the same itches, but I don't know. And Death Stranding 2, I didn't hear any real news about Death Stranding 2 other than it was a thing and that people liked it. It didn't feel like there was anything monumental about the launch of Death Stranding 2. It could have just been the corner of the internet that I am privy to. Again, I did not play the original Death Stranding. I had it installed on my computer for a long time. And meant to get around to it, but never did. So, as far as I'm aware, I don't think I'd be upset if it managed to pull out the win. It's a little different from last year, where last year there were like a lot of games I think would be cool if they won. This year it's more like I don't care as much because I think each of them has a good reason for it. And there's less need for one to win over another. Well, no, you have to wait for it to light up, right? Been a long time since I thought of Queen Gendo. So anyway, there were a lot of cool games. There were a lot of dumb games this year. I don't really care for another Call of Duty game that just doesn't do anything different. And it's guilty of using AI-generated slot for a lot of their menu stuff. People who like shooter games like Battlefield 6, I have never been good at shooter games, and so I didn't necessarily care. Ghost of Yote is one of the biggest like games that came out this year, for lack of a more concise term. And then the launch of Switch 2 was the other big event game this year. I'm just trying to remember how I generally fight Windows. I guess it's generally using elemental weapons. Do you have to do the lightning strike, or can you just bomb it? Okay, you can just bomb it. There were a lot of good indie games, and like I was happy to see that Doll X Pit was nominated for Indie Game of the Year, because like in a similar vein to the Latra, like an excellent reimagining of a classic game in a way that is truly endlessly repeatable and enjoyably consistent. It was cool that it got I was a little early for that. I don't like the Gibdo wing on a weapon as much because it makes a fan effect, but we'll grab it just for kicks and giggles. Huge crystallized charge. Complete crystal made by condensing zonite charges processed from zonite. Equal to 100 normal charges. I wish that the best VR AR category was a meaningful category. I mean, let's be real. I'm very excited to see how much the Valve frame pushes VR design, because it seems pretty accessible. It seems pretty well made for a cut to lightroot. High potential. I don't have the money to afford one. I don't plan to get one while my index still works. But there's a chance that one of my roommates, when they have more money, will be wanting to invest in their own VR headset. And my sister is hoping at some point to be able to be my mini golf buddy in VR. But I think it's very bold to say we want to let you play your Steam library writ large in VR. Because there are a lot of things that have tried to enable that. The Apple Vision Pro notably comes to mind, as we want to create a workspace where you can enjoy being in VR just to do your normal day-to-day things. I need to hit up. Why is the blue-white Frox thing? Higher. Where's the Obsidian Frox stuff? Surely I've picked up Obsidian Frox things. But having a VR controller with more than just 2 buttons on each controller is going to be game-changing. I don't know why it's so hard. I'm not a hardware designer, I'm not an electrical engineer. I truly don't know why it's so hard to put multiple buttons on a controller. Almost no one, there are some for sure, but almost no one is looking at their controller while they're playing basically any game. After the first few sessions, after the first hour of a game, you remember tactily, not visually, where the buttons are and what they do. And so the idea that, people will get distracted and they won't know what button to push. Sure, they won't know what button to push if you're going to only refer to it as the name rather than showing like directionally on the pad where you're looking. But even still, like, like the number of bad games that have relied on the 2-button scheme that could have been saved to some degree if they had just added, and obviously it's the hardware limitations, not the software limitations. The hardware people need to put more buttons on things, but I think having 4 buttons per hand is going to make a huge difference into what you can actually accomplish in VR interfaces. Because, like, obviously, most people are going to want to physically swap guns in VR. They're going to want to reach over their shoulder or reach at their hip for a holster or whatever, and that's fine. But, like, Borderlands 2 VR, it's very clunky trying to swap between weapons. And even just, like, cycling through menu options or whatever, just truly revolutionary to have essentially a controller split between 2 controllers, like the Steam Joy-Cons, essentially. Which is, again, I think, a huge improvement. Trousers in the sky. Legends say these trousers were once worn by a hero who appeared from the sky riding a mighty bird. It was the official garb of a certain order of knights. I don't want to say that Valve as a company is trustworthy in terms of information security. They have been remarkably reliable. Fewer scandals, once again, Epic has demonstrated that it is unreliable and untrustworthy, etc. I'm a little concerned about the lack of base stations and the pass-through camera. It'll be interesting to see what the EULA use for the Deckard, the Valve frame is. It'll be interesting to see what permissions they require and how invasive it feels for them to be able to potentially see into your living room. It doesn't have to be. I don't think it has to be. But that's my one fear. If it is going to use the Quest 3 style tracking, or whatever the Steam's version of the Quest 3 style tracking is. Yeah, I'll go with this. It is 3 minutes before my cat is supposed to be fed, so he is right in his complaints that he has not yet been fed. It's more justified than it normally is. But we'll see if I take pity on him when you're upstream to feed him. Here we go. My brother woke up, so he'll probably take Annie. I just, like, the moment Gabe Newell dies, the fear is that Steam is going to become as bad as everything else. Because it feels like a lot of the reason it has stayed good is that, you know, Gabe gets to make the decisions. I'm just low on arrows, man. I don't want to waste any that I don't have to. So I was hoping that it would, you know, swap conveniently. Anyway. Also, we don't have news on the price point. If it's an expensive headset, then that's gonna curb a lot of excitement. But I mean, I would happily pay significantly more. I'd pay up to like $500 to not have to have a Quest 3 as a standalone headset. Because I think the Quest 3 is still $350. Remember, it's been a while. But I certainly do not trust Meta And they're like, I read a really telling article where someone did a review of the Quest 3 and they had it sitting on their desk and then consistently got targeted ads for the things that were in their house or were spoken of in the presence of the headset as it was turned off and ostensibly not collecting data. Ostensibly. I'm pretty sure that's a closed off section, so let's go find the... Excuse me. Go find the chasm. Anyway, so my valve index has one thing that has broken on it. The little clasp that holds the cable in a fixed spot came off at some point, I don't remember when. And it hasn't... I haven't been able to pinpoint that that has damaged anything yet. There are times where my video cuts out. Just like flickers a little bit, and there's part of me that is afraid that that's... You found me! Bye-bye! That that is going to be a bigger problem in the future. But I don't even need to get this new headset while my current one is functioning. But I'm very interested, to say the least. Would happily test it and experiment with it and see. Because if it is comfortable working, if it is... Because, I mean... more than, like, 2 hours of VR. I'd seen like an hour and a half just pushing it for my head feeling sore and my eyebrows feeling sore, trying to keep it on my face. Because my head is just a weird shape. Because I remember this one just being a pain in the butt. But the main thing that I've seen from all of the We Used This videos is that it is much lighter and much more comfortable to wear on the face for a prolonged period of time. And then at that point, if it's as comfortable and if it functions the way that they say it does, where you just play your Steam library games in VR, in the theater mode, then I would love to have that as kind of a Steam Deck. Technically, being able to just, you know, lie in bed and have my arms relaxed rather than holding something aloft in front of me. I feel like it's underground somewhere because you're not able to see it from the... It's probably in here. Nope. I think the Steam Machine is a cool concept. I still think Steam is like the best way to gather digital games. GOG is little games. It's fine. It's good enough. It does. It's a good second place to Steam. It's much, much, much better than Epic. Any other knolls that we can investigate? Grassy or otherwise? because that's where we just were. But having more people get the chance to start building a Steam library, I think, is cool. It will be interesting to see, because one of my friends I was talking to wants to play Age of Empires, but as far as I recall, there isn't necessarily there's one USB-C port and one HDMI port for DisplayPort 22. So I don't know if the Steam machine is going to be like something you can plug in your system into. I haven't done that much reading because I only have a PC. Thought the Master Sword had regained its power. Maybe I just used it. Oh, the arms keep spawning until you kill all of them at the same time? I didn't know that. I've usually just done AoE things to put them all at once with arrows, but, you know, trying to run out of arrows. I don't have an opinion on the Steam controller. The previous Steam controller I used very little of because it was very bad. I am an absolute simp for PlayStation 5 DualSense controller though, and so I don't imagine feeling a strong urge to try out something new. The DualSense fits perfectly in my hands. Is it in the water? It might be in the water. I also like this Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller. I think it's good enough. It's not the perfect size. I have to scrunch my hands up a little tiny bit. But if the Steam controller is cheap enough, I would probably buy it to give it a try. Because I have enough issues sometimes with interfacing PlayStation stuff and, heaven forbid, Xbox stuff. Okay. I bet you do need to reach your friend. Fortunately, I'm not here to... There's probably some particular vista that would awaken the core memory of finding where this chasm is that I just haven't encountered. Surely it's covered by something, but whether it's covered by the shoreline or aught else is yet to be seen. I feel like the entrance is visible from that shore, the Hyrule Castle shore. And that's how you're supposed to see where you're supposed to go. But I'm not so confident that I would jump into the river that's flowing very rapidly. I guess there's a shrine we can just teleport to. We could rocket up to get over. I prefer not to. Well, that's embarrassing. Guess we'll teleport up to here. Try to get a good look. Yeah, don't see it from here. Ostensibly, there is a guidance function.
Guidance activating. Proceed east and to the depths.
Well, okay, that doesn't help. I was hoping that it would, you know, actually be
Guidance deactivating.
telling me what section it needs to be rather than just the general. Oh, I'm gonna make that, I'm gonna slip a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. I swear it was underneath one of these things. It might be somewhere on the hillside there is a breakable rock. Because this looks it's not, no, because like breakable rock is pretty visibly breakable. It looks kind of like it. I don't think that's... A quick Google search has, okay, not quick, an intelligent Google search of going to the source that I used prior to the Zelda Notes app. The zeldadungeon.net. Map, interactive map, says that the chasm is here. So it could still be underneath any number of things. Usually you'd look for a well of some kind. This isn't a well. Or can it be moved? It'll be really embarrassing if it is over with these yokels. My desire to avoid fighting is what? Yeah, because it says it's just a little bit southwest of the Korok. So it should be right around here. But how do we get down? And we didn't see anything from that bank. But we just didn't look hard enough. Hyrule Castle Moat East Chasm. Hey, bud. You hungry? So that took longer than we would hoped, but that's okay. I don't really care about more Zonai, we already have 400. last light route. Because it was Sipapa Shrine upstairs. Okay. So we need to get this one. Probably going to be fastest if we go up here and fly off. Usually he doesn't pick up on voice, but again, you might hear my cat screaming because no one in the world loves him enough to feed him his lunch. Honestly, it's kind of good for him to scream it out a little bit because he has been, fortunately, trained by the impatience of some of us to meow because it gets people to do things for him. So him meowing and not getting away might also be helpful. But I heard the door open, so someone has decided to feed him, thus perpetuating the cycle of him meowing to get things. It's a vicious cycle. So maybe that wasn't the best shrine to jump from. Should be fine. That's just one of those office. My memory says that this is kind of a fight area. As in trying to get through the tunnel is a semi-protracted fight.
Yeah.
So we'll see. What was wrong? Far from the most useful light route, though, because, it doesn't go anywhere else. A Monet. Excuse me. Okay. So we've got this one light route here. we'll probably go here to get to it. And then we've still got 2 more in the Gerudo Desert, but I think we have at least 1 light route close to it. No batteries here, not really worth. The crap of the batteries for a flashlight. It'd be really cute if the Froxus tried to eat the like calcified zonite that makes up the manufactured zonite material. That's a Kolgara, so we might turn back around and fight it. It'd be cool if Zonite devices lasted long enough to make it meaningful to try to use a fan plane, wing plane, whatever, to fight Kolgara. But I don't think so. I don't think it would. I'm just trying to get as much elevation as possible because it looks like generally the areas where you fight Kolgara are ravines. See like root. Okay. We're really gonna need more arrows soon. Because you kind of need arrows to fight Kolgara. And we've only got like 70 left, so we might go and attack various Zonai mining outposts. Because they usually have at least a couple of sentries who drop a bundle of arrows each. Is that a Royal Claymore or a Gerudo Claymore? It's like a Gerudo Claymore. Yeah. Definitely dropping one of my lesser weapons for that. One of the most talented Gerudo sword fighters carry this two-handed sword. Attaching a material greatly enhances the material's power, but doesn't add as much durability. Which is a-okay. I think we're not going to go over and attack those guys yet. We're not that desperate. I think the next group of unsuspecting Bokoblin miners will meet the ill fate of being arrow fodder.
Pretty sure I missed Kolgara as well, as if for camera purposes.
So good. But worth checking. Yeah, that's always the worst. Jeez. Yeah, I don't know what's the arm. Might need to have more cooking soon because we got a bunch of food we don't care about and we're running low on max hearts food. Yeah, multi-shot bows are really good for fighting because it's only going to be the 2 arrows to get some hearts. And this, I think, is a perfect fuse for a bigger thing. Huge crystallized charge. Complete crystal made by Titans and Zonite charges processed from Zonite. Okay, so we got these two. And then we got the whole swath of the Gerudo Highlands plus Hebra. I think I want to go do this first and have all this wrapped up before, just because then it's one big journey. We got this light route specifically because it's a easy launching point to get to either side of the chasm. Well, let's go get the last two in the Gerudo Desert. Bonus points if we can get a scimitar of the set. Well, whatever the Gerudo scimitar is, base, one-handed. Okay, let's see if we can get honestly, I didn't realize there was a difference between white and silver. You didn't drop the arrows. Yep, saw that one coming. Some arrows. Why does everyone sound so bad? Try bright blue seeds. We'll take those. You drop some arrows. Okay, boxes. Boxes will have some arrows for sure. Definitely don't want the spiked bow. And you'd think that Kulin would be able to take care of a single Arrokuda, but might be asking a little bit too much of them. Okay. That is an unblemished Gerudo scimitar. Eventually I need to get a picture of the Scimitar of the Seven and the shield. Ghost Riju is just not very friendly when we're trying to take a picture of her armor and her gear. She always runs away. Everyone else I've gotten to be able to get a picture. I guess not the light scale trident, but oh look, that was easy. Sighting's huge. Riju just runs. I haven't got a picture of Mushroom. Holy cow. Hey. But that's not the shield though, so we still need that. Anyway. Those are some big pose. Look at those. So at some point I'll probably just buy it at the end. But if not, at some point I'll need to craft the set, and you need to have an unblemished Gerudo scimitar plus a shield. Presumably, if the forge here is in business, we don't need to fight anything here. It's good to have large Zonai charges for the Zonai dispensaries. We really don't need crystallized charges, and we don't need small charges. The light roots, like on top of this ledge. Yeah. Gonna toy roast. Gonna toy roast like and then just you. Not gonna buy everything here, but we will shoot the sentry, and we'll break the boxes. Yeah, we'll probably go over him. Do have a stop horse, that's fine. I don't think the spirits down here can have shields, but I think there's a free scimitar of the 7 in a number of spaces. I said scimitar shield that we need in a number of places up, or you can buy one from the seal surfer people. And look at they have flying sentries here. The silver might be worth it, but I think I have an abundance of silver. I just wish that silver enemies weren't. I wish they were more than just damage sponges. Because really, that's all they are, and it'd be nice if it was different. They'll kill a Stalnox. You'll love the autosave in the corner when you walk up to an enemy. Well, we do not want to attach a silver Lionel saber. It might be worth going and refreshing our bow supply by killing more blue hands. I know where a lot of them are. I don't think we need any of those weapons, though. We have a lot of spaces for bows. Yatahara, lightroot. We're going to take a quick detour to see if indeed we can just get a shield and make that real quick. Soriotanok. Excuse me. Okay. Glad I sent her back to Frelly over at the East Gate. What a pain she was. What if she figured out how to reach her destination? Ah, Vasak! Welcome to the Sand Seal rental shop. I can't get carried away with cleaning. I'm not just an assistant anymore. I've been entrusted with this shop, so I need to do my absolute best. Unlike the wild sand seals, ours have been expertly trained. They're calm, well-behaved, and adorable. They can also carry things for you if you hook them up to a sleigh. It's 20 rupees to rent one without a sleigh, 50 rupees with one. We also rent sand seals from the East Gate, so visit us there too. Oh, I wonder if that stranger is still over there. There are three places I don't want to check, because I think there's sometimes a shield in the training grounds here that you can just abscond with. I might have gotten the only one though. Don't think there's one in the underground shelter. I don't think Riju has the gear on her at any given time. Savak. This is the chief's beloved sand seal, Patricia. She's no ordinary sand seal, though. Patricia is actually something of an oracle. Please offer her some fruit. In return, she'll share a reading with you. So if you give her a splash fruit, you'll almost certainly get a strange number-filled reading. I can only assume that the brilliance of those readings is simply beyond our understanding. That's for a whole side quest that I absolutely detest because of how drawn out and inconvenient it is. But we'll do it eventually, I think. Let's see, shields for sale. We'll go talk to them for sure. I heard there's a place out in the desert with huge statues. They're all facing each other. Have any of your customers ever mentioned seeing something like that while they're surfing the dunes? Hard to say. The desert has its share of statues and ruins, of course, and of course, the upheaval really changed things too. Do you have any information to go on? Maybe a map or something? I did have one, but the winds caught it and it blew off to who knows where. I know for sure that it's in the eastern part of the desert, though, and like I said, huge statues face each other. It helps to know it's in the east, but, well, the desert is really, really big. Ah, a customer. Sorry, I need to get back to work. If you figure out where you need to go, come back and see me. I'd be happy to rent a sand seal to you for the trip. That customer seemed to be having a really rough time. I wish there was some way I could help, but if she doesn't even know where she wants to go, there isn't much I can do. Oh, I'm sorry, what's up? This is my sand seal rental shop. You can rent a sand seal from here. Yada yada yada. You don't have a shield. Okay. We'll go check the main market. Here's one of the orbs you need to collect. Bunch of mushrooms for sale. Some veggies. Bunch of open books in here we're not gonna read. Probably not gonna do cooking just yet. We will purchase some arrows. Oasis. There's another orb that we need.
Hi. Basak. Hey.
Now that the owner's back, we can all breathe a sigh of relief. After all, she's not just a highly esteemed artisan, she also supplies the chief with her weaponry. We need to talk to the chief, the owner rather than, I think it's you. Basak. I'm always shocked when I speak with the others about you. It's a real sa'otin, a surprise how incredible you are. Sarkso for not only helping Gerudo Town, but also for helping me. If not for you, my people may have forever lost the knowledge of how to make the arms of the Seven. They are a legendary sword and shield passed down among the Gerudo, wielded by a chosen individual. I'm talking about a shield called the Daybreaker, and a sword known as the Scimitar of the Seven. I have chosen you to carry the arms of the Seven. Would you allow me to make these legendary items for you? Looks like you have all the materials. Gerudo shield, yeah. I think I have 4 diamonds. Truth be told, I'd like to gather materials for you, but it is the duty of the bearer of the arms to do that. I'm sure it's a bit of a pain to do it, but I know you can do it. You're the Vo I chose, after all. No, you're just going to tell me what, not where. Do I have diamonds? I have 11 diamonds. Okay. We can just quickly Google Gerudo Shield. North of Karakara Bazaar, you say? There's apparently also one at the very top of a tower in Gerudo Town. Probably at the top of here. We're looking right here. We will change to our sandwalkers because I absolutely hate how slowly you walk without them. There's a sword on the top of that one. That looks like the shield. Crazy. We will, I think, drop the Mighty Zonite shield. It's been a good shield. We've had it for basically the entire game. Because our shields never break somehow. Basak! I'm always shocked. Okay, yeah. Not repeat that. Okay then, let me just make sure you have everything I need. 4 diamonds, 10 pieces of flint, a Gerudo scimitar, and a Gerudo shield. Hee, I knew you could do it. This is everything I need to get to work. Give me just a minute. I poured all my heart into making these. Here, take them. They are a true symbol of the gratitude of the Gerudo. Scimitar of the Seven, famous sword once beloved by the Gerudo champion Urbosa. They said that when Urbosa swung this sword in battle, her movements resembled a beautiful dance. Wish you good fortune in your travel. Daybreaker. The shield was cherished by the Gerudo champion Urbosa. The gold used to make it was handpicked to ensure design that is both lightweight and very durable. You are the second person I made those for. Lady Riju was the first. My ancestor even made them for the champion of the Gerudo some time ago. That really just goes to show how amazing they are. It'll make me happy if you take good care of them. But I did make them to be used, so don't feel like you need to preserve them. Should they ever be irretrievably lost, just bring me the materials again and I'll remake them for you. And also, you can come see me whenever you like, even if you don't need anything. May the blessings of the Gerudo be upon you. Cool. I'm tempted to go to Terry Town and see if I can build a house and afford it and hang them up so I don't have to, you know, ever worry about losing them, but we'll just not use them. Let's get a better picture than the one of Riju running past. Yeah, we'll hold on to them for now. Okay. So we have the Hyrule Castle one. That'll probably be the last one we get at the end of the game. It's probably most efficient to go into here for, well, how are we defining efficient? Because there's a Kolgara fight here. It's all about where we want to start, I guess. If we want to start in the fire, then we can loop back down. Or loop around. I don't really want to start in the fire, though. Okay. I will start up here, and then we'll curve around, and then get the ones in the Korok Forest. So we can loop all the way around down to here or so. Here. Get this one here, and then go into Korok Forest, get those, and then we'll go from there. We are minutes away from the 2-hour mark where consistently the stream begins to drop frames and internet continues to choke. So we are desperately hoping that we get to keep playing, but that is also where we decide whether we will keep playing or not. Let's start off just using one of these to get away from the magma. I'd love to be able to play long enough to get all of the lightroots today, but that would probably be another 2 hours or so at this pace. And we've gone as far as about 2.5 hours before having internet issues. But based on having been able to resolve every other troubleshooting issue, it seems most likely that it is our ISP that is screwing us over. Those clusters of sparks keep making me feel like there's something that's going to jump out at me.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
You made it! I hope you're feeling better after a good nap. but we're illuminating dark places and illuminating minds. It's great. It's fun. We'll see if we get to the mind illumination part or not, because again, we're running into the point at which usually the internet starts to decide not to work because we don't pay enough. Rough. I hope you continue to feel better, and I'm glad that you took the day off. Didn't have the decency to break, though, did it? Damage, but did not break. Yeah, I mean, let's do the Bloom Sword. Big ol' bot. We should be exiting Fiery Heck pretty soon. Yeah, that looks like the end of Fiery Heck, so let's regain some class, shall we? It's Bomb Flower, we need those. Oh no, they spotted us. No sentries here either. A dragon? Where are you? Coming down. Okay. We need one of your fangs, I think. No, claws. We're gonna check that real quick. Claw. Please get me high enough. Dang it, dang it, dang it. No, it is high enough. Yes, the ward is on fire, but that is secondary to getting a claw. No! No, that didn't hit. Oh, that's infuriating. That is so dumb. Where did it even go? Where did it fall to? Oh, you baited me hard, it didn't roll. Screw you too, buddy. I saw a sparkle, but that is all I saw. There it is. Okay. Man, that hurts. General's Scale. The precious scale contains a massive amount of heat. Attached to a weapon to greatly increase its attack power and can be cooked, but eating it seems like a waste. Isn't it great? Isn't it great to have two monitors? It's so nice. Especially, James, my roommate, had a setup where he could get one of his monitors on an arm, and so if he wanted to sit at his desk, he could, or, depending on my route, he could swivel the monitor around and lie down on a beanbag and play video games that way instead. It was something, man. I would love to have a similar setup, but currently I need to have enough room for VR in where my computer is set up, and that designates a lot of space. Also, my desk does not work with an arm, or a monitor arm. There's no place to attach it to the desk because it's all poorly optimized for computing gear. Gotta remember, I've gotten a bad habit of not using the armrests on my chair. I don't know when it started, I don't know why it feels different. They just feel significantly lower than they did in our previous house. Purely irrational, unless something broke in the chair itself, but I haven't... They do elevate a little bit. Anyway. No, I don't want to get rid of that. But I've gotten in a bad habit of not using my armrests, and it's stretching my shoulders very uncomfortably, and so I have to remind myself, slouch down a little tiny bit so that my armrests are tall enough to support my elbows, and so my shoulders don't scream out in discomfort. And yeah, pumpkin. I wish that pumpkin wasn't fall coated so that we could have consistently pumpkin things all the time that weren't also seasonally overpriced. Yeah, we ate Costco pumpkin pies all year round, as far as I recall, but where is this light route? Probably down, I guess. Too low. Use this till it dies. Well, that was easy. We can kill this thing too. Sure. You've been using it for that essentially anyway. Last I checked, though, pumpkin pie and pumpkin cheesecake are not the best foods to be eating for someone who's feeling dizzy and lightheaded and unwell. But who am I to speak against your comfort foods? Nika Keek lightroot. Nika Keek, yeah. Nika, the sun god. Anyway. So it's gonna be a rocky climb to get to the next one. I think I'm just gonna teleport here and go over instead of trying to get through this rugged area of the depths. And if the boss has respawned here and we want another weapon attached, then maybe we will fight. But that looks like a Guta rock, and I don't know if I really care. We already fought it once. Or halberd. I'll take a halberd. Halberd that we don't have a picture of. Spear used by knights adept in mounted combat. The spearhead is modeled after an axe. It can deal powerful attacks when you're down to your last heart. Excuse me. Oh, that's a silver Lionel Sentinel. A lot of silver Lionels. Ew. Hey, good on you for hitting that back room. Cool. This can be your veggie for a meal. Yeah, sure, sure. I support the comfort food ideology. Probably not worth it. We'll just run. Because there's a frox here. I'm thinking of it, so is there obsidian frox bang? Yeah. So why 24 fuse attack power? Why is the blue-white? Oh, because the blue-white is like the silver equivalent and obsidian is the black equivalent? I always assumed that this was the blue and this was the black, and there wasn't a silver. That's crazy. Let's block this for fighting, I think. Not good at always wanted this skills. Thing early, that's the worst part about trying to use two-handed weapons on the back of the frogs. It's a lot of fun. And we're almost at another light route anyway. Definitely don't need a base traveler's spirit if it is undecayed. The Tamnet. This is also kind of uncomfortable terrain, but not much we can do about it. I think maybe a little more discriminatory than another Silver's broadsword. We really want, like, undecayed regional stuff. Like, when we get over to here, we want undecayed Goron stuff or Undecayed Zora stuff. Definitely not a Traveler's Sword. We can just take a picture. Just in case. Cats very much know the limits of their own personal space, but they certainly have no respect for the personal space of other people. We cook lightroot. The only way that cats get away with it is that they're very cute and very soft and often very warm when we want them to be soft and warm and cute. Just gonna don the ugly armor because I think we're gonna get close enough that life is gonna heat up. Don't need a nice claymore. But I guess theoretically we can just teleport to this one, not block. Riconasium. Coliseum over there. I need to go do that eventually. We'll put on this one and just teleport back to get the elevation. Siege Nin Lightroot. One of my good friends purchased Sekiro recently, and now is starting his journey. And I'm very excited for him, and I told him very clearly that he shouldn't give up when he encounters Lady Butterfly for the first time. And we'll see what happens. He has pretty severe ADHD and tends to be on-off about various things that he likes to play and watch and do. And I mean, I'm similar in a lot of respects. I will start playing something, play it nonstop, and then not touch it for months on end. But my hope is that he does something similar to what I did. My brother loaned me Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, and Sekiro for the PlayStation 4 when I first got a PlayStation 4. And I started with because I think I was playing Dark Souls on the Switch at the time. So I think I started with Sekiro and got to Lady Butterfly and then gave up. I was stuck and was not confident and not having fun, so I'm like, okay, I'll just come back to this. Then I played Bloodborne instead, beat Dark Souls 1, beat Bloodborne, beat Dark Souls 3, and then went back to Sekiro, and it clicked at that point, and I had so much fun. And eventually platinum the game. So I'm hoping that what happens is he sticks with it for as long as he can. And then, I mean, the Elden Ring Night Rain DLC comes out on the 4th, and if he's going to get that, I don't know if because he didn't get the Deluxe Edition to start, so we'll see if he gets that. But I will be playing that, and hopefully he'll play with me. And that might be a break for him to disengage from Sekiro if it's a little too frustrating or overwhelming to start out with. And hopefully he'll be able to come back, but he's already got the rush of getting the perfect parries down. He's already felt the rush of successful parries, so I think he's pretty hooked. So we'll see, but I'm excited because I think Sekiro is one of the better games of all time. It's up there on like my favorite games of all time for sure. Nice. That's the best part about being selective with what you fight in this game, is that you can stockpile a bunch of really good weapons and then just constantly keep replacing them with other really good weapons. Lightroot was just right here, right? Yeah. That's just the Traveler's Spear. I don't know if I've seen the Goron. I'm going the wrong way. It's right there. I don't know if I've seen the Goron Spear in this game so far. I'll make light root. Then we have what looks like 3 or 4 more in the range of the magma. Probably do a little bit of teleporting because this is higher up. So we'll go get this one that is lower. No, actually, I didn't realize we'd already gotten this one. But there's this light root right here is the one that's missing. That's really hard to tell that it's missing. Okay, so we will fly down to that one from here. I'm up this wall. Okay, we are now 15 seconds away from 2.5 hours, which is where the internet starts to crash apps, so be warned. And feel free to yell at me if the stream starts getting choppy. 3, 2, 1. Okay, 2.5. Come at me, Comcast. Please don't come at me. Because it's not an insignificant amount of data, let's be fair. It is a high data usage. But I live in the middle of a rural neighborhood, a fair distance away from the college campus in our area. And during a time when most kids are at school, I feel like that's pretty low internet usage time for everything except like late night streaming. So I can't imagine that they have a justifiable reason for throttling internet speeds. I don't know if I've been to this mine, but I'm mostly here for the Grand Postal. 2 Grand Postals, wow. Okay. No, is it up there? It's up on that ledge? Are you kidding me? Surely not. Oh, man. I only have 3 springs left. What can we do? We try to make a flinging device, but that seems pretty inefficient. I guess it's a balloon. We're not too close. Oh, we can always jump out with a rocket or something. We are too close. No, Link. Oh my goodness gracious, Link. Why would you do that to me? Oh, anyway. It's fine. We got there in the end. Bukaram, light root. Yeah, just a cursory look around, see if there are any. There's one. And then there's a little mining operation there. We're gonna ignore the mining operation. We're gonna go see if there's a boron weapon on this. And then we'll teleport to the next spot, I think. Doesn't look like a Goron weapon. Doesn't look big. Nope. That's boring. I didn't stream on Monday, which, low-key, I'm hoping, reduces the cap of the flag for Capcom, not Capcom, Comcast, or whatever Xfinity is tracking for our internet usage. Hoping that reduces the limit. That's another variable, is just the frequency of streams. That's really high. Doesn't look like we can go around though, so let's just shortcut. Even wearing the ugly armor, they haven't seen me. Right, giant bright bloom seeds. Don't look like you dropped me. No, you did drop some arrows. Cool. And you dropped some arrows. Hey guys, nice to meet you, hags. Way down there. There's a... Hey, mid-light there's a flux construct over there. I can't for the life of me remember if there are flux construct 4s. I've only seen 3s. For the most part, at least. Okay, I do want to go fight the flux construct, but it's inside this crevasse. But then I'll just probably teleport back to here and head over. So now we have a comfortable 176 arrows. We've gotten a bunch, almost 100 arrows this stream, which is pretty nice. We'll pop out the Lionel bow instead. Just 2. Ow. Yeah, I forgot. Bombs just explode. That's on me. That's on me. And time bombs are functionally useless as projectile explosives. So, let's... get a little more judicious. we'll put it on this. No, I still have some water. I could take a quick drink. Maybe I don't have water. That scraping noise is me trying to rotate my water bottle so that the water falls down to where the straw sticks out. It didn't work. Didn't work. Yeah, it just leaves me wondering whether you can get undecayed Goron stuff, and if so, where it shows up. Because if not here, then where? There's another Colosseum right there. Really quick. Use that and then swap back. It's just a bone. Let's get excited because it looks different. It's just a bone. Okay, okay. Happy Jobby's lightroot. Okay. So we have these two. We have one in here. Don't have anything in this stretch. That's the worst part. I guess we could start up here, go all the way down to here around, and go up through, and then get those three and end down here in the cavern. Seems as good a plan as any. Not gonna need ugly armor for a while. And it is nighttime. I just hate the chunky look of the Goron armor. It's diegetic makes sense. Diegetically it makes sense for being the armor that you have to wear to prevent yourself from incinerating in the heat of Death Mountain. But eat some tough seafood fried rice. It's only a single defense up, but it's something. And so you're like a silver light. Don't have an abundance of tokens, but you know, we're gonna get a new line with that anyway. Yeah, that AoE's kind of a kick in the teeth. We'll happily take, I guess not happily, but we will take a Royal Claymore as a weapon. And we'll definitely take another Savage Lionel Bow. We'll need 3 shots as well, but that's fine. So now we're actually in a bit of trouble until we reach another light route. Just try to avoid the issue there. Why not? Presumably we haven't killed this one. So I guess we will leave it, but I don't want 2 Royal Claymores. I have a broadsword, and I'd rather get rid of it for any undecayed weapon. Maybe not Hank, because that looks like just a plain traveler's spear. Definitely more reasons. It's like another basic traveler's spear. This way. Hopefully it's another one of the Death Mountain bosses, the Rocky Gomas. Yeah. Armored Gomas, what are they called? Because that's a worthwhile detour, though a little bit of a long fight. Wasnaj. Good long stretch of regaining all those hearts. See that? That is a Zora greatsword. And with a little bit of Sidon's magic, it's going to be very strong. A longsword made by the Zora using a special metal over here. It's rarely used because the Zora prefer to use spears. It yields high attack power when it gets wet. Also yield high attack power when we fuse it with something very strong. I don't know. Silver line the mace horn. Marble Velvet, that's what they're called. Because I'm pretty sure just 5 levels the damage, whatever. Maybe a little more. I don't know. I didn't see the base. Stats for the fusion. Mobo. There's my last fairy down. And that could have been very bad. But I think we got it. Oh no. Oh, you frick. Fine. We'll at least have some roasted porky and some things. Got it. Next time we need to teleport somewhere. We're definitely gonna go get more fairies before we continue. And this should be a nice fusion for this Knight's Claim art that we didn't fuse earlier. Huge crystallized charge. Complete crystal made by condensing zonite charges processed from zonite. Okay. What I've seen, we have yet to drop frames. We're approaching the 3-hour mark, which is good. Seculum lightroot. There's a bit of a long stretch that will be all illuminated. Maybe fight a couple of bosses or whatever, but like a cobble crusher. Yes, we can carry a cobble crusher. We absolutely can carry an underpaid cobble crusher. This looks like Frock's territory. Yep. Cautious. We won't need to heal before fighting this guy, but we are going to save just in case. Yeah, we are running out of bows. Good job. my reflexive aiming is not as good today. Oh, looks like it's sucked up. Don't see any arrows lying around, so we're not gonna try to gather them up, but we wasted a lot there, that's for sure. Sure. We're gonna have a little fight. You are a white maned Lionel rather than a silver Lionel. You have a sword and shields. Blue Lionel. No fear from the sword and shield line. Because once you figure out that particular dodge timing, you're set. I don't think I want just a mighty line. We'll leave it, but the Lionel parts are what I was, but because you need a lot of Lionel hooves for certain armor upgrades, and so I'm always happy to kill a Lionel. See them. And not a sick light fruit. Okay. Interesting. Ow. Oh no, they saw us. Okay. These two look like they're on roughly the same elevation, so we're gonna go for this one first. And there's the heat. I'm glad I went to this one first, because the other one seems like an easier climb. The possum. Sure you don't lose the eyeballs. Bold mushrooms for growing out here in the flaming pits of Death Mountain. Mad respect for being able to survive such an environment. Yeti Kayam lightroot. You look like another blue. Yeah. I'm not as good at dodging before an attack, but those are also pretty similar to the upward sword attacks. And a charge. Sometimes that shockwave still hits you as you're dodging, which I think is just stupid. Might as well, you know. Same deal, probably not worth taking the Mighty Lionel bow. Okay. This is a big old pit. it looks like we should be good if we go across to that ledge and then jump back. Like place a travel medallion just so we don't have to climb again. Oh, that's not the right ledge. We want to go up here. We want to go up here so we don't have to climb again. So, I mean... Perfect. Perfect height for rocket shield. Well, let's see if this is a good enough weapon. Sure, could be worse. Oh, I didn't think about my stamina. Ooh, that's embarrassing. Hopefully it still registers the travel gate was placed. No, it didn't, but it dropped us off up here, which is good enough. I feel like that would be a pretty reasonable quick save moment too, if you place a travel medallion, but what do I know? Oh no. Use a mod lightroot. Okay, so we've got a flux construct and then a Kolgara, which is good, seeing as we just lost our Kolgara. Lost our Kolgara blade. I definitely don't want to spike Coco though. I'll take more giant bright bloom seeds. Oh no, that's a Muktarok, not a Cobra. Same div. It's weird because it does, I guess it's not centered. It does, on the map, it kind of looks like a Cobra. But it is not centered. So now I have 247, so I feel a little better. Just bombing this one to death. And stick this construct, flux construct, whatever, onto the Master Sword. Don't think I need the ugly armor ever again. Well, when I say ever again, while for the sake of exploring the depths, I don't think I'll need it. 'Cause I don't think there's any magma on the west side of the map. Just a basic spear. Hard pass. Dodge lightroot. There's a chance, pretty high chance, that frickin' Koga, Yiga clan boss, is going to be at the Linaru mines when we go there. So that'll be a fun little break, and then we go get some more fairies. So let's get sleepy, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Oh, that's fine. Okay, that hurt more than I wanted it to, so we will pop off our health here. Well, my assumption is that, I don't speak Japanese, but my assumption is that there's a good reason for that, because both are supposed to be ninja leaders of some kind. So I don't think it's wrong to think of Koga the Pokemon trainer. How about we just... Muckrock is really annoying. Okay. Well, something we improvise. Ah, you're so close. A lot less convenient. For sure. The worst part is they don't drop anything that you can fuse to. They just drop a bunch of Octorok parts. As far as I remember, at least. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of Octorok parts, but I never use Octorok tentacles or balloons or whatever. Huge crystallized coverage. Okay. So now we follow the Zora statues. And hope we don't have to water balloon or air balloon our way up. Yeah, cool. The only known way to enter the depths is through chasms. After the upheaval, many chasms appeared across Hyrule. While navigating the depths proves too treacherous, try leaving and returning through a different chasm. To fully conquer the depths, we must find every entrance. Unfortunately, locating chasms is not always straightforward. It's rumored, for instance, that a chasm has somehow opened inside a cave. Surely this is not the only concealed entrance. There may even be holes that do not seem to be chasms at first glance. But take heart. The gloom that leaks from these pits acts as a beacon, and most can be seen from above. Glory to Master Koga. Speaking of...
So this is where all those Zora statues were leading me to. Kinda like how the Gerudo statues pointed the way. Must be important. And sturdy by the look of it. A perfect place for a Yiga clan base.
Oh, yeah, he's right there. Bubblegum, lightroot. I mean, honestly, I think I'm probably just gonna ignore him for now. And then we'll have... Because I've ignored most of the Yiga bases for the time being. I'm probably gonna do a full dedicated stream of just going to each Yiga base. So I think we're just gonna let him sit with his arm outstretched at the abandoned linear mine. Can't see him from here, but that's fine. Okay. The easiest place to get fairies, as I recall, is like right here. Let's go check. I miss Mipha's Grace. Like, I love Sidon as a character, and I think his ability is fine, but Mipha's Grace was the most convenient get-out-of-jail-free card. because it also cooled down very quickly. I don't know if this is gonna get us all that far. We'll try it. Good enough. I think there are ferries here. There are usually ferries around water in Sky Islands. Yeah. See if my eyes are sharp enough to see them. Good thing they ignore the gale force winds created by Tulin. Usually 4 is the limit. So we'll just kill this construct for its head. And okay. So now we have the one light root here that we'll get again right at the end. And then we have the whole swath. I think we're going to start from the bottom up. We'll see. We can go here. Oh, and as always, I forget to turn off the Let's View after the voice line is finished. Okay. So we follow this wall all the way around. There's a wing down. Well, swamp. Nice. If there's a wing at that base, then we're in business. Oh no. Yeah, cool. Because where there's a wing, there's always fans, so there's usually a steering stick, and if not, we're gathered around something like this string. Nope. We've got a better one. 3 fans this time, so that makes up for the lack of steering stick. This will be tight, but I think we can make it. Yeah. Flawless. Please disregard my wobbly flight skills. Weros light root. Okay. So there are stockpiles down there, but that's our next target. So having fallen down, we're going to follow through. But I think it would probably have been better not to have fallen.
This some kind of ancient doodad? It's flat there and pointed here. Hup. Ah, my butt! Ow, what a terrible seat! Oh, take this terrible seat! Ah! Ah! What? Why are you glowing?
Because the whole story of the voice notes for Koga down here is how he eventually figured out how to use most of the Zonai stuff and found his way from the hole where you dropped him in around to the other places to start establishing all of the Yiga bases down here during the whatever length of time between Game 1 and Game 2 was. So that's why that one was called Koga's Education. I think we're just gonna try to shoot as high as we can.
This place is way too dark. Maybe if these dim glowing things could get brighter, or if this green crest thingy reacted at all. And what even is this? Some kind of massive plant? It goes so far up. Does it reach all the way from here to the surface?
And you believe to learn that it does, Master Koga. Okay. This looks like Zonai research team stuff. Okay, so we have the big crevasse here. We have at least one boss fight. Then we have the Gerudo Canyon mine over there and 2 lightroots. I think we'll keep the elevation as best as we can and go over here first. That's not the lightroot we're gonna run this way. It's like a talus. No, it's a boss macabre. I just can't see very well. I think let's do fight these guys. Believe it or not, bud, your bow on fire does not make fire arrows. that these bombs exploded faster, and it was more realistic to actually use them. Boss Battalion are one of the special enemies in Adrian Imprisonment, and so I have gotten better at flurry rushing their attacks, which is nice. Yeah, that is what happened. That is, I did attack with a fire weapon next to a bunch of explosive barrels. That wasn't what I was thinking of, though. Anyway. There we are. Stamayam lightroot. And here's the pit. I believe there's a number of things. A number of good things down in this area. And I'm pretty sure there's at least one front in this particular expanse. There's our boy. So then we go get that other light route that was down here. Nice. Oh yeah. Use this, I guess. I guess it doesn't hurt if we need to use fire sludge. Please. No. Auto-target the eye. Cool. Don't need that zonite, I don't think. Thanks for the stuff, fam. See you around. Mastuto lightroot. Okay, so there's a flux construct down there as well as a boss. So we'll go fight those. And make our way back up. I'm pretty sure it's a Pulvera there, but I don't see it flying up, so I'm guessing it might be something else. When you don't have to worry about the bomb, flux constructs are very easy. Now suddenly we are down to weapons, but some of those are going to be that's what now. When we put cobble, we can use this to a cobble crusher. And feel pretty good about it. Let's go over and see if we have free elevation over here. Ah. Yeah, no stamina, I'll do that to you. We'll loop back around. No, looks like it's a Gibdo Queen. Not my favorite, but fine. Excuse me, clean window. out of this as I can before it discarded eventually. Yep. Down to 3. Well, I'll be a little wiser than we were last time. Yeah. Good stuff. Yep. Let's put something strong on the Master Sword before we get too far along. It would be nice if these guys dropped Gibdo parts. That'd be only fair, right? Bold of me to assume that because I hit his head, it would be collapsing a bit. Take care of that. And we're not fusing the wing this time. Huge crystallized charge again. Okay. So we're gonna, it's not as high as I was hoping, but I think we can teleport up here and then maybe ascend to get up on top of that higher ridge and head down. There are 2 errant ones that we need to go get.
Ho ho! It shook a little there, but touching it also sent a shiver down my spine. Huh. Maybe they're spirits? But if they are, then that means this is the afterlife.
Get up. And get just a little bit of a lip. Or maybe we can just get up here. Ooh, did we push it a little too far? No, we should be able to climb up from here. Oh, come on, Link. Come on. Come on, Link. Come on, Link. Oh. Damn, we were so close. We were so close. It's fine. This is all we really needed. Actually, I think we'll put a travel medallion between the two directions we need to go. Will probably be the best solution. We can pick up this one. And this one. Nice. Cool, 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 cool. Probably a good enough spot because we need to climb up a bit higher. Tough call. I would prefer, obviously, not to climb the same wall twice. But I don't know if there is a full stretch of flat area up here that we can use properly. Okay, if there's a tree up there, surely there's a good flat stretch. Yeah, this should be good enough. Final answer. Okay, to the right first is another boss. It's not deep enough for Kolgara, so I'm thinking it's going to be the marbled Goma. Do I really need to go higher still? Jeez, I guess so. Well, breathe through this one again. Go, buddy. Slide in. Cool. We might also detour over into the neighborhood just to see if we can get a couple more. Zora. weapons once we get these two. I don't know, I'm just looking at our weapon supply and seeing as we are lacking a lot. We haven't found very many. Yes, I definitely wanted to use reduce power there. Huge crystallized charge. We've got so many of those. We need to go over that way anyway. I'm just trying to see if there are other weapons around here. That's low enough that I wouldn't... Yeah. Not worth detouring down all the way there for it. Musasu lightroot. There's a mine over there. Since we've fused basically everything in our inventory, I don't think we get to be as picky about what weapons we pick up. No, it's a Clint camp. Oh, there's a wall there. The Pano slide route. Nice. There's probably a Frox up in that big spot, but we're not going to worry about him. Right now, we can just teleport back here when we go on a monster hunt. Nice. Also a Yuga base, but again, we don't really care for the moment. We have a stream for it. Kawakarut. Yeah, that looks like a Cholera fight. Stamina's a little low to be latching onto a wall after the glide. Go here, I guess. Hopefully we can stand. No, come on, fam. Ugh. Honestly, screw that. I'm just gonna skip that. We'll do that later. Nice. I'll take it. Attack up 7. Glad I grabbed it. Soldier Spear. I have a feline viewer. Is Mochi enjoying the show? I really haven't used that many metal buds. Heavy. Still, cute little baby. Sweet. Last matches to place favorites. Wanted to kill the ones that might be arrows, but then other people picked up the bows and went down from there. Well, was distracted, walked right past it. Calls I just made good on a promise I made a while back. You should, with your next chat, you should see a little wrench next to your name, because I just made you a mod. Try not to go crazy mad with power. Basically all that means is that it's easier for me to see your chats. You can delete chats if you want to. Please don't do that willy-nilly. But yeah. So now, whenever we get the chance to play Kirby Air Riders, I can say I'm playing with my mod, Calzia. Hey, you're definitely not Yiga. Surely you're not Yiga. I'm not even going to talk to you because I'm pretty sure you're Yiga. Connor Lightroot. Were you not able to send emojis before? Are you celebrating your freedom in that regard, or? Excuse me. Excuse me. Apologies if you can hear the car door. I am right next to the, or my window is right next to where cars park in our driveway. Yeah. That's okay. That's doesn't matter. Nabahi Ikat Shrine. I don't know who Zora is in Kirby Mythos. I'm assuming it's a new character. the giant like meteor that fell out of the sky that dropped all the air ride machines. His name's Zora. If it has an H, then I wonder, is it in Monster Hunter Wilds, the original rat from the game? I thought it's either Gora or Zora Magdaros. So I wonder if a big giant monster being named Zora is. Yeah. I wonder if there's some connection in the naming there, similar to the Koga we talked about earlier. Notably, there hasn't been a blood moon while we've been down here. We played like 5 in-game days, 6. I wonder if they only can trigger when you're up on the surface. Also looks like a big ol' rocks flame. Again, there's our boy. Probably just get my money's worth out of this. Yeah, sure. Action. I don't quite have enough Londons, but I have more than enough. I have more arrows than other weapons right now, so I think it would be better to just shoot it. Okay, maybe we aren't gonna go try to find Zora weapons. Maybe we'll just go up and get more Gloom weapons and get more Demon King bows while we're at it. Quick break. She says something of that sort, but I think it's supposed to be a puppet Zelda, because part of the story is that Ganondorf is impersonating Zelda. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be like intimidating, scary. Ooh, is this Zelda? But yes, she does in the cutscene if you ever let it play, which I don't usually. Okay, so Gloomhand locations. There's one in here. Pretty sure there's one around here. Yep. This is usually what I do. This is usually what I do. Just take one real quick. Ta-da! Spear's okay. I prefer just the sword. Let's see if this works. He seems a little too big to be blown around. It's really good. Can confirm. I'm put 360 something hours into Breath of the Wild, and I'm 260 into this. They're very fun. And again, I cannot stand the voice acting for Zelda in this game enough. She is phenomenal. Okay. There's a bloom hand where all those tree trunks are, hollow tree trunks, but I don't know where that is offhand on the map. I think it's here. Brennel Hills. These might be a little big, though. No. I can't stand it enough. Yeah, sorry. Not this one. Maybe there isn't one here. I have to, re-engage with the trauma of encountering these things when I'm unprepared. But I don't remember offhand where they show up. So I don't think they're a searchable entity on Zelda Notes. No, they are. Okay. So there is one here. I just didn't wait long enough to trigger it. No, it's not in this trunk. Are we in this one? Yeah. Ow. Let's use the Great Eagle Bow for now. Two-handed ones are a little harder to stand. It's slang from I don't know how long ago, like 5 or 6 years. I don't remember where it comes from, but it basically means to be on the side of, to be in favor of, or to be a big fan of, or to approve of as well. I always inferred that it was like an abbreviation of stand, but I think that's just the way that I cope with slang, is to infer things out of it. But yeah, it basically is a declaration that you are in favor of or fond of an idea, an object, or whatever. Language is wacky, indeed. We have fairies, so I'm not going to try healing yet. I swear I saw that there was one here on the map. Guess I'm wrong. Bye, Addison. Bye, Addison. There's also going to be a stream where we track down all of the Addison signs. I feel like I'm going to do most of like the Addison signs and the partner Koroks near the end. So I feel like those will be more novel and more interesting than much of the thread that we get from the percenting, which is what we're getting through now with getting all the light roots, and then hopefully if we have time and the internet still holds out, getting all of the sage's wisdoms and whatever from the sky. Yeah, good shots with a triple bow tend to be more than enough to take out clean hands. That would be the first I've ever seen the game actually stutter with all the fire and yeah, that was cool. I'm pretty sure the Master Sword is really the extra powerful against Phantom Gammons. Okay, that should be enough. That's what, 4 extra weapons? 3? Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. So now we're gonna, instead of going, because there's one right here, I was originally thinking I'd go like this, but I think instead we're gonna go up here. Let me get my categories reset. I'm gonna go up here, I think. Or not, we'll see. Elevation-wise, it's smarter to go down, go from the bottom up. We can at least get this one, and then maybe we will go back down. Because the Demon King bows are the highest power single shot bows you can get once you have full hearts. Nice. We've got this. Okay, that was probably the least efficient I've ever been trying to just stop buying instant arrows. Nazohso, lightroot. If needs be, we have a bunch of instant cooking pots, Zonai devices that we can use if we need to cook things. Hopefully we don't, but we'll see. We're well over 4 hours now of stream, and we have not run into any dropped frames yet, so that's definitely a success. It remains to be seen whether that is due to some unseen internet usage cap that ISP imposes on me, or whether that is just good fortune. But we'll take it either way. A sad lightroot. Does look like Frog's terrifying. And yet again, here we are. Glad that counted. Don't have a good blunt weapon right now. Just use this for as long as it's got. Yeah. Figured as much. Okay, so let's definitely put something blunt and strong on this. Go Frock's Fang. Let's definitely put something blunt and strong on this. I mean, we've been killing frogs. They're just powerful, so we'll do that. We'll put something a little less valuable. That. Very glad I threw that. Definitely have fallen down a tragic distance and then cried. Or a Nui, lightroot. Kind of a rough spot. Because there's a separate, distinct chasm underneath Rito Village. I'm pretty sure I remember how to get into it. Other frogs. I think we are just going to skirt the edges, go around, and then loop back up the middle. They always jump at least twice. They usually jump thrice. Okay, we're close to a lightroot, so we will use a gloom. Probably not gonna matter particularly. Nope. Kind of a shame that it only lasts long enough for a single big kind of weak. I thought the gloom weapons were a little more durable than that. Even those last a while. Lucky lightroot. So there's a mine. Ignore that. We won't ignore that. Hopefully we can get Rito stuff, though. Get pictures of Rito stuff, and not necessarily use Rito stuff. The coolest thing about Tears of the Kingdom versus Breath of the Wild is that the different groups, tribes, whatever you want to call them, the different regions, weapons, each have unique special traits. Because all the designs were cool in the first game. They're fine. But having, you know, the Gerudo stuff get bonus fuse damage, having Goron stuff be good at breaking rocks, having the Rito stuff be a fan as well as damaging, and having, obviously, the Zora weapons dealing bonus damage when they're wet. It's brilliant. 10 out of 10. I just wish it was easier to find Zora stuff, because that's definitely my favorite. I think we get eyes. That might be low. Oh, there's a rock in the way. There's a lot of rocks in the way. So, ow. I don't know how you do OA into a W sound. Again, we went without rockets for a reason. I'm getting better at approximating how high a cliff needs to be for it to be useful to use a rocket. Nice. No, we did not want to climb on that. Fair enough. We can put this on something more, I guess. Okay. Magma. Oh yeah, there is a lava fall up here, but we don't need to go there, so don't have to worry. Oh, because that's where the hot springs are. And here for sure is another cloak. And a Frox. Ugh, so many bosses. That's not what we wanted. Definitely not what we wanted. Nupi so you what? Lightroot. Ah, no, there is lava that we're gonna have to deal with. Okay. We're just gonna come fight Kolgara. We took a lot of beatings last time we fought one of these, so we are gonna heal up first. We use the Great Eagle Bow until it's almost ready to break. Nice. Please test. And most importantly, another very strong fuse. I think we'll put on the gloom. Probably a bit of a waste given how strong the spear is at base and how fragile it seemed to be last time, but so it goes. Go check to see if this weapon's worth it. Nah, that looks like a... Nah, okay. Final answer, nah. So I was wrong, we have to put the ugly armor back on. I'm gonna assume that we just gonna need the balloon out of there and not worry about trying to climb. Probably, well, no. I think it's a little tall for her. Ow. A bit of hubris there. So close. Oh. I mean, honestly, no more shots does it, so that's a diamond. Nice. That's another diamond. It's good. It's good. It's a lot of money if we need it. It's also recreating weapons if we so desire. I guess we'll, it's not a great weapon, but we'll use you two. It's a big gap down there.
Yeah.
It's a long fall. So I think we're just gonna make a fan. So I don't see anything we need to fight down there. So maybe we will just do this. Auto lightroot. The cat. Let's see if we can get this glider to take us most of the way to the next one. Oh, my weapon's on fire. Disgusting. I don't think we're gonna get that far, but I hope we can at least get. Maybe we'll bank to the right to try to keep the elevation. Hmm. That's farther than I was expecting. Woe. Would be real nice if we open our paraglider and just elevate here. But alas. Again, this probably could have been a rocket, but sometimes it's nice, you know, just to take a chill break. We're passing up that one to go to this one that's higher elevation first. Then we just teleport back to it to get further up. I think we don't have to go back to anywhere that has magma. So, once again, back to our stylish clothes. Brightest night is ending. The arrows are up there. But ice keys, man. We don't mess with ice keys. Marus's lightroot. Pop our head in, it's another Cobra, which is great. We're gonna go down and get this light route and teleport back. Not what I wanted, you know, Bo. I just wanted to pick up deep fireflies, not incinerate them. Move Fudger. Not going to use the Great Eagle though, because I'm pretty sure it's getting close to being dead. Let me just shoot through your arms. That's fine then. Okay. Probably onto this. No. Put it on the spear, why not? Wouldn't you know it, another huge crystallized shard. This is definitely a hot air balloon. Rocket. And we sit and twiddle our thumbs. Gotta make sure we have enough elevation for abandoning ship. The map makes it look like there's a Frox here. I could obviously check, but that requires more button pushing than I want to bother with when I'm trying to play. There's the collection of rocks, so there is a Frox here. So that's why we're detouring a little bit away from the next light route while we're here. No, we'll use this. That's 5 hours and nary a drop frame. So feels pretty good. Again, that makes it seem like the internet service provider is the issue. If it's not, that's great, but my current fear is a throttled connection on we're using bandwidth. So we'll see next week when we'll stream something for Monday. Because hopefully next week we can do Deep Rock. That would be very fun. Okay. Probably take it now, just because we're running low on fusibles. Assuming we have the space, we might have stocked up too much. Nope. And a Knight's Claim. That's what, 34 at base? 31 at base? That's pretty good. Does look like our target. Just gonna ignore these guys. Well, by ignore, I'm going to avoid killing them. Obviously, I'm paying attention to that anyway. Just gonna ignore them for now. Week 4-0. Okay. 3 more, then 1 teleport, and that's it. And then, again, we're pretty much going to keep going until the internet until it starts to drop frames and doesn't recover. Barring that, we'll go till 9 o'clock Eastern time. But if we can get all the light roots and all the sage's wills, then that would be swell. This also looks like rocks area. Yep. Yep, you can just tell. If there's a large flat area, despite what the above, well, I guess this is all big flat area, but there are some areas where it is despite what the above terrain is. That's usually where a Frox is living. Yeah, you heard me. Maybe he didn't hear me. Brutal. You couldn't get me one more hit. That's fine. We sled down here. Rip. Duan light root. Okay, looks like we have a bridge we can walk on to get to both a flux construct and the next light root without losing too much elevation. It's that right there. These are just easy ways out of the depths. If you have traveled a long way and want to manifest that in the above ground, they're pretty convenient earlier in the game, less so when you've already gotten all of the shrines. Be down for a knight's broadsword next time rather than a claymore, but Beggars on canopy choosers. Bit of a pain to have this much gloom in the area, but what would I just say? Let's... yeah. Not bad. We didn't lose any hearts yet to the gloom. Nice. Okay. And it should just be a hop, skip, and jump. Avoid them. Alumoro. That's a bit wasteful to use a rocket, but I think we'll do it to save time. Nice. Orvage. Okay. Vorvihas lightroot. So let's go to Rito Village. And we look around for, because it's certainly inset into the big pillar in the middle somewhere. We're just gonna run around the base real quick. What's up, Zelda?
Ah, Rito Village, hometown of Rivali, the Rito champion. It seems he is spoken of as a legend here, and his bow is an honor bestowed on the best Rito warrior. You did hate other people talking about you, Rivali, but I'm afraid your story will live on here for quite some time still.
Wholesome. Okay. There's always the chance that it's lower. There's always the chance that it's higher. However, we can just pull back up the map. Sided with a cliff south of the entrance of the village. So probably down here. Ta-da! Good stuff, good stuff. So we do have one more light route, but that is the last one. Right before the entrance to Ganon. So we're gonna leave that for now. And yeah, ta-da. Here is the depths. It is full illuminated glory, bar this one spot. And maybe we could jump down from up here somewhere and have it land just right on top of there, because then you go down through here afterwards, I think, but not gonna risk it. So now we need to go up here and activate. Oh, I can pull this up. Old maps and Sage's Wills. I guess we can turn off Koroks for now. So we've got a lot of these left to pick up. Because a lot of them are just floating haphazardly in the middle of nowhere. So yeah. Well, again, we're going to keep going after these for as long as we can. As long as the internet permits, or 9 o'clock, whichever comes first, because I'm hungry. Okay, so let's start. There's one on both of these islands. Closest tower is here. It's worth trying to see if we can shoot up from there. It's gonna be close. It's definitely gonna be close. But if we can get there, it's great. If not, I guess we just teleport to the labyrinth and go from there. I think we'll do it. Oh no. So the Aracuda does not aggro. Well, nice. Because surely we'll be able to wing it from here over to there. No pun intended. Okay, that's a lie. That's a bald-faced lie. There was a pun intended there. Very old map that shows a marked spot. What could it be? Yeah, we didn't go into all of the spaces that are actually significant on the map. Ooh, do we want to try this, or do we want to try the fan? Which do we think? Well, the fan will get us farther for sure, but this will get us there faster. I think this is pointed up towards the labyrinth because it's meant to get you to the labyrinth. But we can buckle up and stock up for the trip by scavenging. If you do ever intend to play this game, Kalsia, you at least get to have the pleasure of only doing so on the Switch too. Because boy, the struggle of the game almost crashing every time you want to use Ultra Hand on the Switch. It's a joy to play this game with quality frame rate and consistent performance. Eventually I'll go around and fill up the rest of my Zona battery slots. And honestly, while it's daytime, we might as well. It's got significantly better armor, and we're probably going to be using a lot of Zona devices here. Doesn't want to fall apart until it assembles the first time, which I guess makes sense. I do really like this one though. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? All the way over there. Nerd. not a front to archery slide. Stick it on here, I guess. Okay, chest is over here. A very old map that shows a marked spot. What? Who would have guessed? That is, though, a very good spot to acknowledge. Oh, that's the entrance. Hopefully that's high enough. Hopefully that's entrance as in where the temple starts, not entrance as in where you arrive in the location from. Because one of those is significantly higher than the others. Okay, cool. I think there's a wing on one of these islands. But it truly doesn't matter because we have an abundance of Zonai parts. So we are aiming for that. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Again, we would probably just glide there, but this will be faster and less stressful. I'm running low on arrows again. Dislodge it from the construct, but it is more satisfying to kill it. Plus, there's also the completionist aspect of needing to kill all the monsters too. But technically, a sage's will. That's enough to upgrade one, which is good. So there are a couple of things over here. Honestly, I think we're going to prioritize the sage's wills as long as they aren't like proximate to other things. So those are just two maps that we don't care about per se. So sage's will here though. because some of them I think are a little more difficult to get than just fighting something, and so I'd rather get all of those and then get the, because I can get all the maps when I'm getting all the Sky Koroks too, and that'll be an efficient combination of things. Just in time. Ow. I mean, the Master Sword's power has been restored, so we can just use that to mine. But just a blue Horriblin horn. Eventually, I'm going to need to buy a bunch of stuff, including house stuff. And so mining ore deposits is one of the fastest ways to make rupees, generally speaking. They did kind of nerf rare ore deposits in Tears of the Kingdom compared to Breath of the Wild. The remnants of the former sages resolve. You gather 4 of them and often you've got a statue, you can deepen your connection with the sages. Okay. Next is all the way down here. This should be good enough. Again, we could, well, I say again, this time we're just gonna paraglide, I think, because it's closer. And if you use Tulin, you can get there pretty quick. I learned recently how to actually do these guys, and it just, I was so satisfied on learning this. I just, like, it blows my mind because I had never, I had never thought of it until I was just sitting there puzzling. How would I do this if I didn't break on the flowers? And it turns out they give you ways, they give you means. We'll stick this. We have a lot of blunt force trauma that we can inflict. Not as much slicing trauma that we can inflict. That's generally speaking okay. It's just that there are a couple of things that you need to be able to cut for Sky Island sometimes. Convenient. Here's got a statue. You who have conquered the shrines and claimed their lights of blessing, I can offer you great power. You have 4 Sage's Wills. I think we're gonna upgrade you Nobo. On the off chance that it reduces the cooldown. Increases Avatar's attack power, so basically useless. I kind of skipped through that, but I think she said that if I had all of the Sage's Will, she'd give me an item. Promising. Okay. One here. Probably best off. Gliding from down here. But we don't want a tree. Nope, we don't want a tree. I don't think we're gonna get in here for anything. But what do you know? Take 5 arrows. You know, 1 hit of damage on my weapon is worth 5 arrows for sure. That looks like the light dragon, so we don't really care as much. That wasn't actually the button I wanted to push, but it worked out because I had tilted down. Yeah. Where? There it is. Okay. Got one. I marked that, I guess. It's possible that that's one that fell off while I was trying to get to it, and I didn't want to jump down at the time. Zone I charge. Always take free zone I charges. Why not? Come on. Come on, fam. This is where you need something to cut. Now one would think the treasure chest would be here. Guess it's down here. I could also imagine that I tried to go underneath somehow and then ended up. Oh. Oh. First question. Can we just shine a light on it? Seems like a no. I guess as long as it's sunny outside, maybe it works, but sages will, wouldn't you know it? Okay, so we've got this bastard who's out in the middle of nowhere. Closest tower is over here. I'm gonna guess from here is the best way, but we'll need a Zonai device to get there. Hopefully we can get out too. I guess we can always climb. So two choices. We could build our fan here, or wing plane here, and try to get all the way across. Or we could glide over to there first to minimize the chance of the wing plane disappearing underneath us. I'm going to go over there first, just in case. No, that was not the button I wanted to hit. Okay. Again, lots of flying at this point. And that is the Blood Moon. Tells you if you're interested, we'll let it play this time. I guess once you progress the story enough to learn that it is fake Zelda, she doesn't say anything. Yeah, even with as far as we wars are hard. It'll be tight. It's gonna be tight. A Gleeok? Oh, fam, you shouldn't have. And is that a King Gleeok? Because one of those heads looks yellow and the other one looks red. Oh, fam, you shouldn't have. We're saving as soon as we land, because there's a good chance this guy eats our lunch. My album is full. Okay. I don't need that one anymore. I'm pretty sure. No, we'll keep it just in case. I don't want to send, no, I want to delete. Dang it. I don't know if it's worth it to do anything other than just normal designs. If we have a flame keysight close by. Okay, so this is what we have very strong defense. Bastard. At least the ones are all next to each other. So it's not half health, you're not gonna go to the icon thing. Yeah. That's what I mean by eat our lunch. Ow. Yeah. Let's see what it does. Because I think I can do one of any of the three options. Fingers crossed it's the fire, because it's the easiest. Maybe it's all three. Oh no. Another cookie. Let's quickly eat some food. Ow. That's not gonna work close enough. Gotta be a little more precise, huh? Can you please target the head you're right next to? Please. Por favor. Por favor, my guy. Got him. Whew. There we go, 5 more. Maybe more than 5 more. We have 6 more, yeah. I just can't count. We've got 1 here. probably just get that quickly. Another fight one. I might even get 2 of them real quick from here. I think we can also just glide to this next one. A little tighter, but with a mostly full stamina bar, I think we'll be fine. Yes, obviously we're losing health, but should be fine. Just checking to see if there's a Korok on the wall here. Okay. So there's one right here. We're probably gonna need to glide down from up here to get to. And yes, since we're going to stick around here for a little longer and probably fight something, I will actually put on warm clothes. Though, very poorly armored clothes, so if we do fight something, it'll be a touch more stressful. That does look like our target, so maybe we want to get up there first. close enough. Fine. Just gonna angle up a little bit since we're running out of fuel more without the zone armor. It's another King Blue Rock, I'm gonna be a little worried. Bloody. Okay. I think the light armor is our strongest armor by defense, except that I haven't upgraded the pants equally, so we'll do those two, and I need to keep one tier of cold resist to avoid taking ambient damage. You may not like it, but this is what peak performance looks like. Yeah, we can keep using King Bow. I mean, maybe this is actually a good spot for Savage Light, though. You know, it's hard to beat 5. These arrows coming at you. And then we'll just put it down. We're not really short on a few eyeballs. That's pretty good spot to be in to justify putting most of them here. We've lost enough hearts that I think I am going to go for a spin the brimstone. They're not going to let us deal too much more damage. Fly up. Hey, that worked. Thank goodness they can't inflict fall damage on me, because that would be a rough way to... Okay. That went much more smoothly the second time. It is down. A sage's will. Okay. So we got this one here. Probably fine to just go from here. But we don't need to be that much higher up. No, I didn't need that rocket. That's fine. I am actually chuffed, tickled pink even, that we have played a stream long enough to have encountered 2 instances of my cat screaming for a meal. I'm happy that we have had no issues streaming long enough for my cat to complain about 2 meals. 2 meals. He's not supposed to get fed for another hour, but he complains very early. Yeah, we can probably just wear out this. Yep. Nice. I don't have anything else to fuse this to, so I just have to let it go. I mean, I could break the fuse on this. Give it at 1 tier higher. Two more. Question mark. Yeah, 2 more. There's one out in the middle of nowhere in the Elden Sky. Closest tower. Yeah, that's low. We can probably get it from there. That's our target. If needed, I guess we can go from the Elden Summit, or well, Death Mountain Summit Shrine and wing our way over. But I think we can make it. Ha! What I get for not remembering which shield I have equipped. Zonite charge. Sage as well, and then last but not least, we have to make it all the way to Eventide, presumably for one last round of Leok hunting. I think we can build a wing that will get us there from here. We could go as high as the Forge Island, but I don't think we need to. I think that would just take a little longer for very little benefit. I don't seem to have this gacha machine registered, so we'll deposit some gacha tokens. Yeah, not a great selection. Okay, so that is target. And it does look like another King Leok. Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna make just a few hearty meals before we go. Oof. I'm gonna see if I can make a few hearty meals before we go. To be fair, I haven't been gathering materials that would be hearty indeed. I've been killing monsters. Truffles. The truffles are what I've been gathering, because I've been in caves. The day is in fact past and gone, and I'm glad that your cat also knows how to eat properly and how to properly get your attention to be fed. Okay. wing didn't come out, because is still not the most content with spacing. We're going to angle up a little bit, not full back, but we're going to angle up just to try to get as much casual elevation as we can in case we need to glide for part of the way. We don't need to have the cold headpiece on, so we can have an extra tier of energy consumption. Sounds good. I hope you have a good evening, and I hope that you're feeling better soon. I'm also just about to wrap up anyway, so... Again, gonna be a little close, but I think we can make it. Fair enough. That's rough. We're gonna swap those until we are trying to fight them in the sky. Really gonna need coming from. We're gonna put something strong on this real quick. Doesn't look like they're flying up. No, no, no. Doesn't look like they're flying up yet. now they're falling off. Hopefully that's enough. Yeah. Not much fall damage, but... I don't think we've got the damage to get them. But that's why we saved the last uses of this. Good, clean. Getting better every time. We took a lot more damage this time, to be fair. And that should be the last sage as well. Yep, that's 12. Cool, 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 cool. Let's go turn them in, and then we will wrap up. There we are. You who have conquered the shrines and claimed their lights of blessing can offer you great power. You have 4 sages' wills. In exchange for 4 sages' wills, I will make your bond stronger with any sage you choose. Sidon. Now, make your bond with Sidon stronger. Solemn Vow of Sidon, Sage of Water. Strengthen Vow of Sidon, Sage of Water. Your response to Sidon increases Avatar's attack power. If you still possess Sage's wills, let's strengthen Riju's bond. Mineru. Go and bring peace to the world. Okay, so maybe they don't give us anything. That's fine. Okay, so that was good. I'm not sure what we're gonna do next time. I don't have any specific plans for Thanksgiving Day. It is not a holiday that I particularly celebrate beyond potentially eating food with people. So I will likely be streaming, and I will likely be streaming Tears of the Kingdom. Friday, tomorrow, we're going to be playing Blueprints. I think we have 2 streams left, because there's only one big secret left. That, according to the wiki, according to things that my dad looked up and that I looked up, we're going to do our best to... We've shortcutted one part of the secret. We're going to do our best to figure out what we can with the second part. And then if nothing else, then I will just look up everything that I need to do for the rest of the cool secrets to get them on stream for the last Blueprint stream the following. And then after that, we'll see. I'm leaning towards Armored Core being my Friday game, and potentially Monday, depending on how much I want to play it. But that is the plan. And then if Michael, my mod, Dalinar's Blade, is free Monday, then we will be playing Deep Rock Galactic, and it'll be a lot of fun. So yeah, 7 p.m. tomorrow Eastern time, that's when we'll be blueprinting. And yeah, thank you for watching, thank you for hanging around as long as you did. I hope you enjoyed, and if you did, feel free to like the video. If you enjoy this kind of content, if you want to see me stream again, please subscribe to the channel, because I always appreciate it. And as always, I hope you have a good weekend. I will see you tomorrow potentially, and if not, have fun, sleep well, and as always, bye-bye!